They should just mic up Where's Nick?
While the first kick of the ball is 2 hours later than previously advertised, everything else is just about as expected. Two teams coming off losses last week and looking to atone for them this, as Manningham travel to Port Melbourne here in round 5 of the NPL Men's Victoria competition. It is Port Melbourne and Manningham. If you're a little bit surprised why this is kicking off at 8 o'clock earlier today, it was announced that this game, scheduled to kick off at 6 previously, would be pushed back 2 hours because of the heat, and given how hot Melbourne has been today, that is more than fair enough. I'm Oliver Walker-Peel. Alongside me is Dan Lonergan. And Dan, despite the fact we've had to wait a little bit longer for this game than we first thought, we're still excited about it, aren't we?
Certainly are. I look forward to seeing Manningham for the first time, Oliver. Of course, they've come up this year and they did really well last year to get an opportunity to be up in the top flight. Port Melbourne made the finals last year. Manningham have been, I suppose, a bit leaky down back, for want of a better expression, in the last 2 matches, conceding a lot of goals. They've conceded the most in the comp so far, so they'd want to tighten up a bit tonight. But the Port Melbourne team, to me, looks pretty strong. They've got a good record at home, quite a good crowd here, and conditions are, tell you what, a lot better than they were 2 hours ago, so I'm glad they've put the match back.
Absolutely, and it made complete sense. It's a bit better for us too. Not that it's about us whatsoever, it's about the players, but it's a bit better for us too. We'll run through the lineups then, and there is 3 changes for Port Melbourne, which see Dane Milovanovic, Nathan Hancock making his first NPL Men's Victoria bout of his career, and Jesse Barber coming for Christian Bombarci, Maker, and Lucas Burns. And for Manningham, it's Ali Turgott and Daniel Scopoliti in for Owen Dufton and Ionis Georgopoulos. And so those starting 11s in full. For Port Melbourne, in goal is number 1, Ilya Shalamanov-Trenkov. Number 4 is Manningham Karmis. Number 5, Dane Milovanovic. Number 6 is Daniel Edwards. Number 9 is Jesse Barber. 11 is Charlie Leach. 12, Alex Baker. 14, Jackson Courtney Perkins. 18, Fraser Dunlop. 28, Nathan Hancock. And 35 is Emmanuel Peters. And for Manningham, in goal is number 1, Claudio Sikora. Number 4 is Darla Cole. Number 5, Alex Castiello. 6 is Junior Carter. 7, Jose Ramirez. 9, Ben Everson. 10, Christos Theodrakopoulos. Number 12 is James Tuntis. Number 16, Nick Vulgaris. Number 26, Daniel Scopoliti. And number 33 is Ali Turgott. This game now underway. Both sides coming off losses that 3 goals plus for both of them. 3 for Manningham in a 5-2 defeat to South Melbourne, and 4 for Port Melbourne in a 4-0 loss away at Hume City last weekend. Fair bit for Nick Marinos and George Karkoletsis to put right.
Thank you. Give him a vest.
Aminam Karmis. A little bit nervy at the back for Port Melbourne. Good bit of pressing almost paying off there for James Tuntis. Shalamanov-Trenkov electing to pick up the ball. Formerly of CSK Sophia's reserve side. He's played rather cheaply out of play for a Manningham throw. It's the yellow. It's forward as the Sharks now have a little bit of space. Here's Dan Edwards over on the Sharks' left. They look to play it in field. Ball around the corner didn't quite work, and helping away is Scopoliti.
Inside, Dan, inside. Come on, Lee. Play back. There, that's it. Get shape. That's good. Well done.
First ever meeting between Port Melbourne and Manningham under these guises. There was plenty between Port Melbourne and Faulkner, which Manningham merged with Faulkner to pick up the Manningham United Blues, as that's a free kick for a handball going to the visitors, who are in quite a strange kit combination of the home blue kit with red shorts and red socks.
I like the colours though.
Go!
Red and blue here as goes back to be defensive once more. Sikora gets it halfway. Again, they're sort of under the pump a little bit. The Manningham blue side. And they look to defend at the back. Defending at the Port Melbourne end. Sakura receives it again and goes for a high ball towards halfway. There's Karmas, like his brother in the AFL. He flew high and he goes to ground. I had to get the AFL comment in early, being a Bulldog supporter. Ollie, as Buku tries to establish himself on the Western Bulldog side, and his brother goes to ground in a little bit of trouble early days.
He's done okay establishing himself into the Port Melbourne side as Manningham Karmas, who is down in a little bit of bother here, making his 4th appearance of the league campaign for the Sharks. Has quite an illustrious junior footballing CV. He's been in the academies of 3A League men's sides, Melbourne Victory, MacArthur and Brisbane. His first season here at JL Murphy after crossing from Moreland City. Just hope that Manningham Karmas is okay. He's now back to his feet as he gets a few kind words from Ben Everson, the Manningham talisman. Jack Morgan has to restart play as it's switched over to the Port Melbourne right.
Well done it.
Shaped in towards the middle, looking for Courtney Perkins, but the ball slightly overhit. That's a play for a Manningham goal kick.
That'll fix it. Danny, inside, yeah. Oh, go! Remember what you're fucking defending for, Jacko.
Theodorakopoulos.
Up!
Doris.
Up!
Played around here.
Closer! That's your man, Jesse! Jesse! Good!
Carter, taken away from him by Dunlop. Forward towards Emerson. Attacks him is Alex Baker, who looks to be holding him back. Play goes on. And here is Ben Everson, who drives into a little bit of space. Over to the left-hand side. Manningham look to build. Turgott now in a bit of space, elected not to shoot. Nice football at the edge of the box here from a Manningham point of view, and the shot coming in from Tuntus was blocked. Ball giveaway by Manningham's number 12 as the Sharks look to race away. Here's Courtney Perkins. As it taken away from him by Carter, it was a lovely turn. Turgott with Carter. They combined well in the end with Jose Ramirez, with his shot rather tame and easily dealt with by Ilya Shalamanov-Trenkov.
Doing well there at Manningham. They were overwhelming in numbers, Port Melbourne, as they push forward to the Westgate end here at JL Murphy Reserve. And now they look to combine nicely through Karmas. Port Melbourne gets Edwards on the edge of the sideline. Goes inside again to Courtney Perkins, back towards Edwards. Too much on it, and it's going to be a Manningham ball in defence. They were forced back a bit in the first couple of minutes, Manningham, and then started to get a bit of fluidity going forward. And it's going to be, certainly on that occasion, the Manningham team thought it should have gone their way, Tuntus, but it goes the way of the Sharks. And again, that ball had too much on it, and it'll be a goal kick for Sakura. Nil all early stages. This round 5 clash put back a couple of hours from 6 o'clock when it was still high 30s to 8 o'clock. The scoreboard says 12 degrees, Ollie, but I reckon it's about 15 or 16 more than that. But the nice cool breeze is in from the beach, which makes it a lot more palpable for all of us.
No, face the ball. No, face the ball. Get out,
Jack
come back
Morgan.
Ilya.
He's been overruled. So
Hey, look at the central day. Leachy, go across.
Manningham felt entitled to the decision, but the officiating team disagreed.
Hey! Get up!
Topoulos.
Step up to it!
Garis, part of the promotion-winning team last year at Petty's Reserve. Topoulos with Leach close to him. Having a hand was Fraser Dunlop. All the way back to Sakura.
Neil! Neil! Inside, John. Inside there. Yeah, good.
It's gone, Dan, it's gone, Dan, it's gone. It's gone.
Sold his teammates short, but he was able to deal with it in the end. Poor header almost allowed Ben Everson in, but it was a quick bit of work from Manningham Karmis to snuff out the danger. Ben Everson is not a man you want to give an easy chance to. Was Manningham's top scorer last season with 11 goals, and he got them in just 8 games to help fire them up. Part of a run that saw Manningham go unbeaten, and 10 of their last 12 to come from the clouds, or bolt from the blue if you like, to seal promotion to the Victorian top flight.
Right shoulder.
Carter. With Jose Ramirez. Given away. Charlie Leach.
Hey!
Down Ramirez, then booted the ball away. I've seen yellow cards given for that, but it looks like Jack Morgan will keep them in his pocket for now, perhaps giving the Colombian the benefit of the doubt that whistle may not have been heard from him. All the way through to Sakura. Free kick in any case.
Keep that breeze coming too. Beautiful at the moment. And a good game of football early days. Both teams getting their opportunities to go forward. And Sakura with a goal kick at the Port Melbourne end here at J.L. Murphy Reserve, the home of the Sharks. 6th last season. Lost in the first elimination final to bow out in the season dominated by Avondale in the top flight. Long ball gets into the defensive half of South Melbourne, headed away by Karmis. Edwards gets a little boot on it, but Scoppoliti takes it, goes down the line now. Tuntus, he's met by Karmis, who tries to cut off his space. Karmis does well to get inside the penalty area, and now he tries to push it in the direction of Leach, but he can't get hold of it, and it goes back now. Good defence by Manningham, and Sakura just gets outside the area, receives again, goes in short,
Come on!
pushed at the back, and again Manningham looking to try and clear.
Inside!
He's under pressure, he doesn't quite know what to do, so he lobs it long inside the attacking half, but there's no one there. The defence of South Melbourne ready to, I should say Port Melbourne, ready to mop up once more as they head out to the outer side. It's still 0-0 early stages.
Hey!
Barber taken away by Castiello, one of a number of players formerly of Altona out there on the park tonight. Edison just out in the end. High from Vulgaris.
Jesse!
Karmis and Shalmanov Trenkov will work it out amongst themselves.
Jesse! Not on him here. Be on his side. Think about it. He wants body contact. Be on him.
Barber attempting to flick on. Going over was Alan Turner. By Charlie Leach. The former Magic players out there in the first into Jack Morgan's book, rather. Just over 12 minutes gone. So in terms of the former Magic contingent, you've got Castiello out there, who played 24 times for Altona last season. You've got Leach, who played 27, was one of 3 Magic players to play in all 27 of their games last year. Rob Harding is on the bench, who himself came across from Paisley Park. Appeared in 25 matches. Magic last season as free kick just forward of halfway for Manningham. Flicked high from Theodrikopoulos. Nice intent with a backflip in towards the middle for Castiello, who couldn't quite latch on to the end of it. Formerly of Berlin. Theodrikopoulos looking to move down the right-hand side. He's taken down by Daniel Edwards. Morgan seeing fit to award a free kick for Manningham. Thought they were in dreamland last week. South Melbourne, 2 goals up inside 23 minutes thanks to a Ben Everson double. What followed was 5 unanswered goals from South Melbourne that rained on that particular parade. Theodrikopoulos to deliver here for Manningham. Plenty of bodies in the middle to aim for. Fully dealt with from a Port Melbourne point of view. Theodrikopoulos to potentially reload the attack. Carter, one way then the other. Driving away from Leach and then hitting one just wide. Good play there from Junior Carter. The Japanese import driving his way clear of one and almost breaking the deadlock here at JL Murphy.
Carlos looking to clear, but again, those passes not sticking at the moment. Manningham's passes have been better in the last few minutes. Scopoliti throws it inboard, headed away by Carmus again. I reckon there's handball. Again, a late call by the ref. And Leach will go back now to Carmus. Carmus just outside the penalty area. He'll look to go sideways. Little pass misses the intended target, which was Hancock, turned over by Manningham. Manningham have the ball now. Everson goes back. Scopoliti now inside once more. Opportunity. Didn't quite find the target from Turgott, but now they've still got the ball in control. And they control it nicely. Everson, Cater again. Fancy footwork. Just on the edge of the 18-yard area. They're forced back a bit because Port Melbourne have got their defenders going deep to try and stop the passes from being successful. But again, they managed to get it back in the direction of Scopoliti, in front of our commentary position. And now here's Turgott. He has to go back. He's a couple of opponents right on his hammer. Scopoliti's got it again. He goes wide. And they go inside once more, looking to set up. Turgott's been involved in this movement. Kadar again, in short. Going back and then forward. And once more, Turgott. He sends it wide to the outer side. It's still 0-0, but Manningham at the moment in control, I would have thought.
Turgott. Cole. Right back in Scopoliti.
Sharper, that's all I'm saying.
Castiello looking forward to try and get James Tunsis free. Helping out is Scopoliti, and it was a lovely pass for the Manningham right back, who sent in a delicious ball. Down low, and Shalamanov Trenkov had to be off his line and down quick to snuff that one out because Ben Everson was interested, but in the end it was good goalkeeping from the Sharks custodian. Baker for Dunlop. In field for Barber towards the right-hand side. Melbourne look to work something with Emmanuel Peters. Goes back for Leach, who just looks to clip it in. Scopoliti.
No way!
Nick Marinos and company absolutely incensed. It will be a Manningham free kick.
You can hear the jam of the ball.
Scopoliti was fouled. Busy early on, the Manningham right back.
Hit
Want to bring it back to Nathan
Have a
Hancock.
shot
It's a lovely
from there.
story.
Hit it. Test the keeper out.
Before, after he got within the vicinity of the ball. It's his first season with Port Melbourne. Signed from South Melbourne, where he didn't make a league appearance last season. Had previously spent time in the United Arab Emirates. His trade for Al Rimal City. First appearance in the Victorian top flight, and he's certainly had to bide his time.
How we going?
Get up!
Hancock looking to help it on for one of the Port Melbourne front men, but
Hey!
intended from his point of view.
Follow runner! Fucking follow runner!
And the inside right channel for Carter in a bit of space. Anderson calling for the ball. It might disappear through to him. Edwards up to win the head. Directed into touch for a Manningham throw.
Right in front of our commentary position. Scopoliti. Manningham had the better of it in the last few minutes for mine. 0-0 though. They try and push it forward through Tundas. He's got a couple of opponents, and eventually it's left for Karmas to clear. Looking for Edwards, but pushing forward. Manningham again doing well. And a player goes down. Castellio was the player bursting through. He's very, very late in the blowing of the whistle here. There's a bit of pushing and shoving. I think all the decisions are right, but he waits at least a second or two before he blows the whistle. Maybe a little bit like the cricket umpires, he's just making sure that it's there. But there seems to be a little bit of frustration, Ollie, on the bench from both Manningham and the Sharks in regard to the late calls.
It was Christos Theodorakopoulos who took offence to Nathan Hancock with a couple of bits of pushing and shoving. And now it's both of the aforementioned players in the eye line of the referee Jack Morgan. He certainly didn't make any secret in his distaste for the Port Melbourne man, did Christos Theodorakopoulos, but it looks like both men are going to get away without any further punishment. Set piece from a Manningham point of view that they will have a chance to potentially profit from here. Theodorakopoulos looking in best position to strike. He will through the wall. Away, Charlie Leach.
That wall just opened up.
A Manningham throw. Christos Theodorakopoulos with 3 goals this season, 2 in the 2-1 win over the Thunder and the other in a loss against Green Gully.
Hey, shoulder. Stand shoulder, have a look.
Barris forced to go all the way back to Sikora, who starts in the second straight game for Manningham in place of George Samaranis, the former Springvale White Eagles goalkeeper. Scopoliti plays forwards. It's a good run from Jose Ramirez, but it wasn't a good first touch. Too much on it to send it out of play for a Port Melbourne goal kick.
Shalamanov does well to push it out. They've been caught though in their defensive half at the moment, the Sharks. Manningham have done more of the attacking as they switch now. Oh, it's not a good kick by Karmas. He completely missed the target. He's got the lead. He's been very good so far for Manningham. Edwards pushed away. May have been hanging on there to Tuntis. Goes inside now to Everson, the star of last year, as Ollie mentioned, to get his team in such a good position to get into the top flight this year. Here's Edwards now on the left, locking it down. 1 on 2 against, putting a lot of pressure on Barber. Close to the line, and they couldn't quite keep it alive. Courtney Perkins, he did keep it alive. And it's taken back now by Karmas through Edwards. Back into the goalie, who heads out now to the right-hand side and then pushes back into the middle now. Here's Hancock. Hancock in short now. Milovanovic does well to push it wide towards Karmas. Karmas out to Edwards. Now they're inside their attacking half, but only just. Scoppoliti does well to meet him, pushes down the left-hand side. Here's Courtney Perkins. He's shoved out by Turkett. Wheels around now, looking to try and set something up. Force back. Good defence by Manningham. Still inside the attacking half with Karmas. It's 0-0. Gets shoved in the side. Tuntis nearly forces a poor pass, but running onto it nicely. Good play by the Sharks.
Good.
They set something up now. Leach and now Courtney Perkins. Courtney Perkins wide to the right-hand side. Under pressure. Pass going into Peters to the top of the 10-yard box or 6-yard box. He's pushed away again. Good work by Courtney Perkins to get it back now to Peters. Peters now shoots. Again, the defence is in the road. Good defence by Manningham. And they're under the pump, the Manningham defenders, and we get the first corner of the night, Ollie.
Jesse Barber did really well there to get the ball under his spell, and it was a great block from Dower Cole to make sure that Claudio Sikora didn't have to do anything about it.
We always need one going forward to play inside.
He'd be rather thankful that the work was done in front of him.
So we can play inside. Yeah, take the fire away. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Courtney Perkins goes over to take the resulting corner with Daniel Edwards going short.
Crazy.
Looks as though it will be rather Edwards to take this one, with Perkins offering the short option, which is utilised. Edwards back with Port Melbourne's number 14. Plays it across for Dunlop in a bit of space, elected to crack one. Deflected en route and behind for another Port Melbourne corner. Took a flick off route, en route rather, from a Manningham body. As such, another corner on the way. Courtney Perkins, Manningham, for the first time tonight, under the heat, in the heat. Sent in high towards the back post.
Set up!
Hancock
Set up!
Get too much on it to redirect the ball back square. As with just over 25 minutes gone, that will signal the first drink break of this evening's clash. And given how hot it's been, you can't begrudge the players whatsoever for taking a minute or so to get the fluids in. And if we're being brutally honest, Dan, given what the job of a commentator is and how much we need water in to sort our voices out, we should probably be doing the same, I reckon.
Exactly, Ollie, but it's not about us, as you said a bit earlier. It's about the players, and they're doing a great job out there. I mean, wonderful decision by the NPL. I know a game was called off yesterday because it was too hot. For today, it was called off yesterday for today for the middle of the day, and that made sense. I'm glad they put this game back a couple of hours. And it gave football lovers, Port Melbourne and Manningham, an opportunity to watch this game and see two good sides in action. We know Port Melbourne looking to try and improve on last year's effort of making the finals. And Manningham, even though they conceded a lot of goals, know how to score goals. So that's an area they'll be working on to try and get better at.
No, I know what you mean. That's what of course you mentioned that this game was pushed back from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. There was always meant to be a game played here at 8 o'clock tonight, with the under-23s set to face-off, as they usually do here at Port Melbourne. The seniors play first, and then the reserve side play after. That game has now been moved to Wednesday night. All interested? Same venue. Both 11s return to the field of play. To be restarted with a Claudio Sakura goal kick. His first season with Manningham. Spent time with Banyul City last season in State League 1 Northwest. Part of the fourth tier of Victorian football.
Manny, be smart! We don't want that!
Quite a jump from the fourth to the first for the former Avondale youngster. Thrown right into the deep end, considering he was playing South Melbourne last time out. Everson.
Get up!
Yellow. From Turger initially, but
Jesse, get
it's
up!
left a little bit to be
Get up!
desired.
Get up! Go! Go! That's the one!
Copples with a bit of space to operate in. To his right, Tunsis. To his left, Everson. Had to be a perfect ball and almost was. Getting back from Dane Milivanovic. Edwards was clipped and fouled. Dane Milivanovic himself well journeyed, a former Australia Youth International with the under-23s in 2010. He's also played in Hong Kong, Indonesia and the Maldives across what has been a good career. Certainly got the frequent flyer miles up. Here's Edwards. Now with Leach. Finds Milivanovic. Almost giving it away, but well to keep it. Inside looking for Peters, who will give chase. He is quick. Gets to the ball first. Here's Emmanuel Peters. Yeah! That's scintillating stuff from Emmanuel Peters, who would not give up on that loose ball. And once he got there, broke into the box, and his finish was absolutely lethal. Nothing Sakura could do in the Manningham goal. And it's a first Port Melbourne goal for Emmanuel Peters to break the deadlock on this Saturday night.
Magnificent goal by Peters. Well played by Port Melbourne. And Manningham will be disappointed because I think they've had the better of the game, certainly possession-wise, certainly been inside their attacking half. But at the end of the day, it's all about finishing in this game. And you can be the better side all night. Shots on goal, etc. Number of corners, but if you don't finish, you generally don't get the result. And Port Melbourne good at finishing, and again an inability to stop goals from being scored. For the fifth time this year they've had a goal scored against them in every game so far, Manningham. Still a long way to go in this match though, just over halfway in the first half. Castiello kick things off and they go backwards now to Sakura, who, as Ollie said, you couldn't do much with that. At the end of the day, like in any sport, you can be beaten by a great ball in cricket, an outstanding goal in Australian rules, an outstanding goal in world football. That's what happened on that occasion. He did everything right. The finish was just magnificent.
Matt, central!
Inside the attacking half for Port Melbourne. Edwards got it down to Courtney Perkins. Kuma's been pretty good. Heads it to the right-hand side now. Under pressure. Bringing it back in Leach. Now to Peters. Peters had a defender come across his bow and force it over the byline. And for another corner for the Port Melbourne Sharks. They lead 1-0 as they look to win their third game of the season. 2 wins, a draw and a loss so far for the Sharks. After a good year last year when they finished 6th in the season, as I said, Avondale losing just 1 game on the way to both the Premiership and the Championship, beating South Melbourne 4-0 in the grand final. So it's going to be Courtney Peters to try and swing this ball in. A lot of players hanging around the edge of the 6-yard box. That goal is virtually in the heart of the goal there for Manningham. The tall defender. Good swinging ball. Cleared away by Akol. Nice header. The bootlaces of Leach. Gets it out now. Long ball. And it goes wide from the boot of Barber. And it's going to be a goal kick. So it's 1-0. Great goal by Peters for the Sharks, the home team.
You mentioned Manningham's defensive woes. They're still yet to keep a clean sheet in the league this season. Conceded 3 on the opening weekend away at Oakley. 1 to the Thunder, 4 to Green Gully, 5 last week to South Melbourne. Now, 1 here to Emmanuel Peters and Port Melbourne.
Stay!
Walcott was brought down by Hancock.
No! Get on the ball! Get on the fucking ball!
Jimmy Tuntus goes inside the area. James Tuntus, shot on goal was straight at Shalamanov Trenkov, who was still tasked with making the save. Had it gone across goal rather than straight at him, it may well be 1 apiece. Save that you'd expect Shalamanov Trenkov to make, and he did. Distribution wasn't the best though. Only finally Turgut. Hand side for Ben Everson.
Inside! There! Inside!
Tuntus.
Get up! Up! Oogie!
To work it forward. The shot from Turgut blocked en route. It'll go through to Shalamanov Trenkov.
Take it, go, you won't catch
Corny Perkins. He looks to break clear of Bulgaris. Gets inside the area. Bulgaris did well to get back on terms. Attack still alive here though for the Sharks. Edwards. Across to Charlie Leach. Jackson Corny Perkins inside the area. Looks to put it back. Sliding in Dower Cole.
Well done.
Turn it behind for the corner.
Well done, Leachy.
Port Melbourne starting to take it up a notch here. Looking to further exploit a Manningham defence. He's one of 2 not to have kept a clean sheet so far this season in the league, with Moreland City being the other. That run will go on after Emmanuel Peters' goal tonight. Clipped in from Corny Perkins. Hancock will try and keep it alive, but to no avail. Jackson Corny Perkins is a player capable of better than as we've seen across many occasions. Wearing a Port Melbourne shirt, and I don't know if you're able to pick it up, but Nick Marinos was rather disappointed, let's say. Can't repeat what was said, but repeat the general feeling, if you like, as Edwards has it back.
Open!
Daniel, position yourself, Nathaniel.
Harness, good away from Tuntus. Looks good initially to slide in. It looks as though he took the ball. The referee disagreed. Have the ball back.
Yes, Nick Marinos quite colourful. He's been an AFL coach in the news regarding it in recent times, but Nick just understands his frustration. Here's a chance as they get well inside the 6-yard box, and there was nearly an opportunity there for Port Melbourne. It was slammed down though. Leach was the one that tried to have a swing at that, but the defence blanketed him. They got back to help Sikora out, which was wonderful there. They were crowding the area, making it tough for Port Melbourne despite the nice switch that came from that outer side. Now they're in possession. Manningham. Bulgaris got it back now to a Cole. Hitting in front of the social club rooms now. They look to build once more. Back now to Turgott. He's been quite industrious. Defensively to Sikora as they push up now. Port Melbourne. Once more.
For fuck!
Theodorakopoulos down the left-hand side. Nick Marino still not happy, Ollie. Hits to the left-hand side inside the attacking half. Cater goes inside. That's quite a good ball. Everson bounces onto it now. He's on the edge of the 18-yard area. Got opponents around him. Beats one, beats two. Looks to shoot. Good defence. And they managed to keep it away from Everson to get a hurried boot at that. Good defence once more. Well played at the back by Port Melbourne because Everson was lurking then, Ollie.
Did well there, did Ben Everson. Ramirez. Ben Everson. Fleeted foot there. Shown that in a vacuum and knew nothing else about Victorian football. I don't think he'd say that he's 37 years of age, but very experienced and has done so much in Victorian football. Given away. For Port Melbourne throw. Leach. Courtney Perkins with Bulgaris opposed to him. It's inside the area, looks to cut it.
Jesse! Fucking Jesse!
Able to deal with it. And
get there!
once more. Voice of his disapproval. Anderson on the turn, taken away by Palmis. Turgott for Tuntus.
Fucking hell, mate! One time! Just fucking be there!
Might just keep that alive, he does. Tuntus looking to have a run at Milovanovic. Got by him, couldn't get by Daniel Edwards, who sent it out of play in no uncertain terms. Line goes for a Manningham corner. Theodorakopoulos set to send this one in. Towards the middle, to away, but still not fully dealt with. Maybe for Carter. Couldn't find a teammate. Peters didn't quite clear. Everson not able to burst his way through as finds its way eventually to Shalamanov Trenkov. Hancock looking for Daniel Edwards. Sikora rushing off his line, and it was good decision in the end. Up towards Everson, who did well to win the header. Covering across though, smartly Milovanovic. For a split second, you thought that maybe Sikora had perhaps been a bit rash, but he did very well in the end.
You're on, Danny.
Switch of play again, looking for Daniel Edwards as a couple in red and blue arrive in the middle. Edwards into the area. Again behind, and again the Sharks will send in a corner.
Great ball, babe.
This time out of play off Nick Vulgaris. Made 22 appearances in the then NPL2 season that saw Manningham come up. It's his second spell at this level after scoring once in 31 appearances for Berlin when they were in the Victorian top flight from 2017 to 2018. His side with some defending to do here. Something high from Courtney Perkins towards the back post. Initially dealt with, but Hancock at the fall of the ball, looking to send this one back in.
Get in position, Nate! Hancock! Get in here! Jack, go! Manny!
Port Melbourne throw with only a couple of minutes to go in the 45. And the goalkeeper having had too much to do. Aside from Claudio Sikora picking the ball at the back of his net after Peters wonderfully struck it past him.
Hey! Do the throwing!
Remains the difference in this one.
Sure does. They're getting a lot of looks at the moment, though, the Sharks. It's certainly changed in the second half and of this first half after that goal by Peters.
Good!
It's volleyed in. Running out of room, though, was Barber. Right on the edge of the byline, and it's going to be a goal kick for Sikora. I don't think Marinos, the coach, is happy with Barber. He had a bit of a crack at him a bit earlier about not working hard enough. He's under some pressure here. A goal, he received it, and he had Leach for company, and he had to go back to the goalkeeper, Sikora, who boots it high, just inside the attacking half, but the Sharks tidy up at the back. Shalamalov, Trenkov gets off his line and clears, and he can now go to the back-tracking Karmas. He goes back to Shalamalov, Trenkov. He'll drive it long inside the attacking half now. Good defence at the back. Bulgaris. And now they look to try and emerge.
Inside!
Manningham not able to, though. Turgid involved. The high ball. Edwards couldn't control that inside the penalty area, and he was under some pressure. Did well to get a little header out despite the enormous duress he was confronted by, and it was tidied up at the back by the goalkeeper, Shalamalov Trenkov. Turnover here, 3 minutes of extra time in the first half. Again, the defence working hard for Manningham, right on halfway. They go back. Cater gets involved in it again in this movement as they push it forward. Turgid. Everson. Cater again. Long ball inside the attacking half, but the defence is there. Deep. Near the flag. Again, the defence managed to pickpocket for the Sharks, bring it down that right-hand side in front of the Port Melbourne Soccer Club, Social Club rooms. It's over the side. It'll be taken by Manningham again. A trail 1-0, courtesy of a magnificent strike by Emmanuel Peters, just over the halfway mark for the Sharks in this first half.
Good. Manny, creep up. Manny. Oh, easy. Inside pass. Now go.
Bulgaris, who appears to have swapped sides with Daniel Scoppolides, who starts on the right-hand side and has now moved to left-back. Bulgaris with Tunsus. Turgid, sloppily given away to Hancock, who himself turned it over. Theodore Akopoulos with James Tunsus, who looked to whip it in. Delicious ball for Everson. And his first time attempt, almost getting it by Shalamanov Trenkov. And that, had it crept in, would have changed both managers' team talks, but it didn't quite squirm under Ilya Shalamanov Trenkov like Ben Everson would have hoped. What a ball in, though, to find Manningham's number 9. Again, Edwards is looked for. This time Milovanovic trying to find him, but to play for Sharks throw. Work by Barber at the edge of the area. Fraser Dunlop to shape it in. Overcooked for Jackson Courtney Perkins. Jack Morgan says that'll be that and blows the whistle for half-time. It's been a game of few goal-scoring chances, but the telling one came around the midpoint of the first half when Emmanuel Peters drove inside the area and drove a shot home spectacularly past Claudio Sikora to break the deadlock, and as it is, that goal separates the two sides as we head for a break. The break here at JL Murphy Reserve, it's Port Melbourne 1, Manningham United 0. Goal coming in the 30th minute, that one from Emmanuel Peters, and it's one of two games going on in the NPL Men's Victoria competition tonight. This one, the other game in Broadmeadows between Hume City and Avondale, that one just hitting half-time, and it was a strike in the 4th minute of added time that sees Avondale go into the break. 1 goal up, as Port Melbourne do here, from Dan Lonergan and Oliver Walker-Peel up on the gantry. We'll take a short break. See you in about a quarter of an hour or so. Welcome back to the home of the Port Melbourne Sharks, JL Murphy Reserve, where the hometown team lead by 1-0 thanks to what was a wonderful piece of play by Emmanuel Peters to Sergio on goal and strike it home past Manningham goalkeeper Claudio Sikora. That goal, 30-minute mark, is the difference between the two sides at the moment as we get ready for the second half of play from JL Murphy Reserve. Oliver Walker-Peel and Dan Lonergan here with you on the NPL Victoria YouTube channel. One of two games to be played tonight. Of course, as we've mentioned a couple of times now, this one originally slated to kick off at 6 o'clock Melbourne time, got pushed back to 8 o'clock, and instead of driving home as the sun goes down, we're going to be here long after it sets, and I'm sure if this result sticks, there'll be plenty of Port Melbourne people partying late into the night, Dan. In fact, I'll throw it to you in a minute because it looks as though we've got a Manningham change with Nick Bulgaris taking his leave to be replaced by number 2 Marco Tavella, one fullback for another.
Yes, Ollie. I tell you what, if you haven't eaten yet, go over to the canteen, have the best spanakopiters and also best souvlaki's in the world. I just had one before we started. Just thought I'd add a little bit of colour in, and absolutely sensational. But yeah, great atmosphere, and Port Melbourne have made a good start here, and some work for Manningham to do to try and get back in the game. They can score, but just haven't scored enough so far this season. It's been a very, very good performance so far by Port Melbourne. They'll lead 1-0, as I said, for their third win of the season.
We covered the Manningham change that's just taken place. There's also a Port Melbourne one as well, with former Western United NPL player Lucas Burns set to come on. And as the second half gets underway, I should say, it is revealed that he has taken the place of Nathan Hancock, whose first NPL men's Victoria appearance is curtailed early. That's for official. Antonides graciously shows the board with some good form. The work that all of the officials do is Spalletti staying on the left-hand side, played in board for Junior Carter. Free kick.
Leachy left shoulder, Leachy left, left, left! Come on, Leachy set, Leachy set!
Here's Burns.
Follow up, Leachy, follow up, central!
Outside of the football from Dunlop towards the back post. And that flag will go up. Wasn't a bad idea from Fraser Dunlop, searching for Jackson Courtney Perkins. Number 14 had got the wrong side of the defensive line.
Fuck's sake!
Here's Ramirez. He hits the deck. It will go on. Getting back from Ali Turgut.
Get up! Up! Burns inside left shoulder. Finish, get up.
Towards the right from Savella.
Central.
Barber left one on the Manningham substitute. To play for a Blues throw.
Why are you getting him back?
Get up! So Manningham having to go back to try and go forward. Spokalides ready for it if they can get to him, because they've got too much on it. It's probably got the latter, too much on it. Overcooking it as those little legs were absolutely racing to get in a position on side. Down the left-hand side, heading towards the Port Melbourne end for Manningham. So it's the Sharks' ball. Peters scored the goal. Barber, couple of headers. Turgut volleys it in. inside the attacking half for Manningham, who control it again. Can't get proper control of it through Tuntis. Won by Barber, who's a tall man. Does well. And they bring it out the left-hand side now for the Sharks inside the attacking half. Players riding roughshod on the left-hand side. And that goes along the carpet and cleared up the back by Sikora. Now Manningham look to go through the middle. A high ball. Defender is goal side for the Sharks.
Get to it!
Won by Manningham. Everson. Carter.
Shot, get up!
Ramirez.
Step out to it!
Turgott back to Ramirez. Heads it out to the right-hand side. Ramirez receiving again. Approaching the penalty area. Oh, not quite cleared at the back there by Milanovic for the Sharks. He has a bit of work to do. Again, a couple of defenders. They muck around with it, and it's off the side of the boot. And in the end, luckily for Port Melbourne, it was clutched by the goalkeeper. And, well, there was almost harm done, Ollie, but in the end, no harm done as they made a meal of that.
Player down well off the ball.
Go, draw!
Ramirez as Dunlop goes on. That's out of play for a Port Melbourne throw. And still, Ramirez, the goalmouth down away to our left. Fair bit of discomfort. While Port Melbourne were attempting to clear the ball, which it's fair to say they made an absolute hash of. Jose Ramirez caught a little bit of contact. He's now back to his feet. But it was almost the case there for Port Melbourne of being unable to clear their lines, and it dearly costing them, thankfully for Nick Marinos and the way he sees it. Didn't cost them as dearly as it otherwise could have done. From Peters. Good work by Barber. He wants to fizz it in, blocked by Castiello. Fire. The touch of a Port Melbourne player. It's behind for a Manningham goal kick. Savella to go down the line. Play goes on. It's trotted forward for Ben Everson. The working defence from former Bentley and Dandenong Thunderman in Alex Baker. Appeals from both sides for the throw, and eventually the assistant referee Melbourne throw. Sikora. Fraser Dunlop towards the goal scorer in Peters, who will keep it in play. And look to have a run at Scopoliti with fancy feet. Back with Dunlop, who shapes the ball in towards the back post. Not fully cleared, falls for Edwards. Taken away by Theodorakopoulos, but Edwards will take it back here. Nifty step over, drives towards the edge of the box. The pass was poor in the end from Edwards as Everson went one way, the ball went the other. Broke down as quickly as it was getting going there for Manningham.
Half this side. Touch pass, turn away, go, carry it.
Dunlop in field, keeping it Burns. Hold it forward for Barber, who gets on the ball. Slightly on the hit there from Melbourne substitute. Carter. Just about got away from the Burns pressure, gave it away to Barber, whose shot was charged down by Carter. Here's Dunlop. Peters to his right. Burns, heavy first touch, then hit the floor. Play will go on with Turgan. Vela down the line for Tuntus. Manningham right. Gets his way by Karmis. Edwards was there covering. He was then tripped. Port Melbourne free kick. So just past 8 gone in the second half. JL Murphy. A little bit later on, Broadmeadows 57 gone between Hume and Avondale. It's 1-0 there. Goal from Kerr right on half time. The difference at Valley Park.
Of course, Avondale, the reigning premiers and champs. And that kick goes way out. Looks like it might be a substitution here. Manningham win it back. Karmis heads it away. Manningham in possession again. Can't get it though, Ramirez. Had a lot of defenders to deal with. And Port Melbourne with the numbers. Win possession. Moving down the right hand side from Baker. Did well. I reckon Peters draped an arm around his opponent's shoulder. Carter. And it's definitely going to be a Manningham ball inside the defensive half. Still 1-0. Latsis getting ready to come on. It's going to be a double change. Is there Brooks, who was part of the Avondale team last year. So Barber, I thought he might come off. He sort of incurred the wrath a bit of the coach, Nick Marinos. Hasn't had his best night. So double change there for the Port Melbourne Sharks.
Get up!
Complete the housekeeping. It's Fraser Dunlop and Jesse Barber that have come off. And Brooks, as you mentioned, Ethan Brooks and Mark Latsis. Port Melbourne league debut.
There we go. Again, Benji.
Melbourne Victory's NPL side in Kingston City. Here's Marco Tavella.
Step up!
Carter.
Runner!
Turn it back for the former Northcote City man into Vela. His crossing was blocked. I remember, for those that may have watched the NPL 2 promotion relegation playoff back in 2022, Mark Latsis went off with a horrible injury. Challenge from Linus Burt that saw him sent off. There was a 45-minute delay or so before the game got back underway at Broadmeadows. Kingston won the game 1-0. Melbourne Victory were kept down, and Mark Latsis the next season then played for Melbourne Victory. It's funny how things work, and here he is.
Go, Benji, run it!
Forward.
Bravo.
Burns. Away sloppily by Baker. Looking to release Everson, but full pass, and back the other way come Port Melbourne. Edwards for Jackson Courtney Perkins, looking to drive it to Velu, who had his number. Turgan helping out. Edwards back with the ball at his feet, looking for the outside of the football for Emmanuel Peters. Ball didn't get there. Possession being surrendered multiple times in the blink of an eye, which I'm sure both coaches aren't too pleased with.
Brooksy. Run him!
Here is Ethan Brooks.
Well run!
With Latsis. Brooks kept going down the inside right channel. He's inside the area. Waits for support and finds some with Burns. Leach looking for Peters. And just too much on it for him. And through to Sakura.
Jacko, done. Peters, come on! Force it back!
To Vela. Good work by Carmis. Well to keep it for his team.
Time, lads. Go on.
Good boy. Good.
Bravo, lads.
Good.
Away from Ramirez.
Brooksy, go.
Ball rather in hope.
Put him under.
Expectation did Alex Baker, but Sakura, who was forced to play, but only sending out to play. And Nick Marinos, the former player, killing it dead out of the sky. Remarkable first touch, showing the players how to do it. And on that evidence, you can sort of tell that he was a former National Soccer League player. Nick Marinos was a former Heidelberg captain and played in the Australian top flight in the National Soccer League, as it was then known, for the Melbourne Knights. With a touch like that, it's easy to see why, as Latsis over on the right-hand side, in behind him for Port Melbourne is Mark Latsis! It's a goal on his Sharks debut! That's how to make an impact in your new club. Straight off the bench, into the goals for Mark Latsis. And as Mark Latsis will take the acclaim on the pitch from his teammates, Nick Marinos does likewise in the dugout. An inspired change from the Port Melbourne manager has helped bring about a goal. It was a wonderful crossfield switch to find Latsis, who then prodded home. And the mountain that Manningham already had to climb has got a little bit steeper. And as such, they've responded with a double change.
That's all we need.
Hey, come
Rob
on,
Harding and
Abdul
Della coming on.
Benji, let's go. Come on, Leachy.
Alex Turgott.
Concentration now. Count.
Peters, an extra 10% now. Now we want to win the ball.
And James Tuntus will be the other to be withdrawn. And Dan, what a moment for Mark Latsis. Of course, when you're a new player at a new club, you want to make the impact as quick as you can. And he's had to bide his time and wait for his first league appearance in Port Melbourne Red and Blue. But when he's got it, he's set about making a mark fairly quickly.
To Ollie's told Nick Marinos, try and leave me out from now on, as he turns it over again from the Sakura clearance. Starting to dominate now, Port Melbourne. Burns sharing it with Latsis. Latsis inside to Brooks. Some fresh legs really helping the Sharks. Now the lead 2-0. Back to Burns. Had it turned over. But the problem with Manningham is they're outnumbered. It was 1 on 4 for Ramirez then. Eventually Carter wins it back. Goes backwards to Sakura, the goalkeeper. Down 2-0 now Manningham. Conceded 15 goals for the season. Under some pressure from Peters. Carter goes to ground. Tries to get it to Everson. Well done by Peters. Uses his big frame to keep Everson out of that. Then they push and shove behind the play. As Carmis, who for mine might be BOG, will receive from the goalkeeper again. Brings it down the outer side from where we're broadcasting from, or the social club room side. Back to Carmis. Back to Shalamalov.
Time!
He does well. And now they're in possession once more. Good ball from Latsis to Brooks. Had too much on it. Coming off his line, Sakura. And eventually he skids it over the line, and there will be a turnover. And Latsis will take it. And what an impression he's having. 2-0 for Port Melbourne Sharks, and we are nearly into the 17th minute of the second half. So 62nd minute of the match.
What's going on?
That's just playing well. Gets a little one out to his teammate Burns, who was bowled over by Carter. And it will go the way of the Sharks again. Manningham under immense pressure here, just trying to keep it out. You saw how good they were in the first 20 minutes controlling the game. From then on, it's been one-way traffic. Port Melbourne monopolising possession, monopolising inside their attacking half, and getting some shots to it goal. Leading 2-0, and on target for their third win of the season in front of their adoring crowd. Good ball by Burns. Cleared at the back though, only momentarily by Manningham. Scott Belletti had his kick run down. Good defence by the Sharks. That's us again, that man. And it will be a Manningham ball as they trail 2-0.
Strong day, slow foul. Bravo, Dane, bravo.
Back by Milivanovic. Perkins.
Go, Burnsy, go!
Brooks then Burns. The overlap of Latsis, who's looked mighty impressive. Skips away from one, went over. And did so because he was fouled. Mark Latsis has been very impressive since coming on. That double switch with Ethan Brooks also coming on at the same time, paying dividends so far. Those two have done exactly what a manager would want their subs to do. It's happened simultaneously. Dan Edwards stands over the dead ball for Port Melbourne. Voicing his disapproval. The Manningham charges, who he will hope will repel this dead ball from Port Melbourne. Edwards, blocked by the wall that does its job. Good work by Harding. Himself looking to make a good impression. All on the starting 11. Manningham wanted a free kick, nothing doing in that department as Castiello covers off Courtney Perkins and then sends it high and out of play. Someone in the crowd tried their best Olivier Giroud impression.
There you go.
Quite work as well as the wonderful scorpion kick goal did as Burns was fouled and fuming was Jose Ramirez. Didn't think at all that he was in the wrong there. Karmis. Jackson Courtney Perkins worked himself into his space, but the shot was rather tame. Didn't at all trouble Claudio Sikora.
Yeah, Brooksy!
Bravo, Brooksy!
Come on, Dan, for fuck's sake, mate, fuck off! Fuck off!
Making the run forward. Manningham cutting that one out. Edwards. There's a free kick pulled out from Jack Morgan. Interesting to see how far this ball goes back because it looks as though there was a couple of infringements in there from a Manningham player. Looks like the ball will go back for the first one. Perhaps Jack Morgan looking to play the advantage there and saw that there was none forthcoming. It's always positive when a referee does that, looks to let them play, but realises that he can't. In this case, Jack Morgan couldn't. Bring it back. It's always good to see when referees do that.
Get up and in! Get up and in! No!
Played forward for Everson.
Go, break!
Right, Brooksy! Brooksy, go, Brooksy! Brooksy!
To play for
Just turn and go!
Manningham throw.
Go, Brooksy!
Sharks have it back. Burns.
Change it! Hey! Delay!
Here's Everson with Harding up to join him. Still with
Step
Ben
up.
Everson going solo. And
Well done!
dragging
Well
the
done!
effort.
Well done, Donny!
Certainly Manningham's star man last year. Provided a goal there that would have brought them within one.
Seems to be Everson or bust as far as Manningham's concerned. Ramirez can't really get involved. Baker wasn't really ready for that. Michelle Marwatson called through it to him. Eventually they get out of trouble through Latsis and Burns. And now on the burst down the right-hand side, Courtney Perkins. Good ball inside. Just getting a little boot on it was a Cole. It was headed towards Brooks, who was right in the heart of the 18-yard area. Turned over again by Burns. Beats one, can't beat two. Scoppoliti did pretty well then. He's limping as he just came across the path of his opponent to stop what I reckon was nearly a certain goal to make it 3-0. It's not, it's still 2-0. And we're nearly at the 24th minute of the second half. Nice throw back in towards Peters. Working his way now, Courtney Perkins. A lot of defenders on the edge of the 18-yard area, clearing for Manningham. High ball towards halfway, just inside the attacking half. Harding had too many to contend with. Milovanovic did well to get it down now to Leach. Goes to the outside. Good play, Edwards. Out on the left now, Courtney Perkins again. Turns an opponent inside out, Nicole. Back now to Edwards, flat-footed slightly. Pass back inside, Courtney Perkins to Peters! In! Great header! On the edge of the 6-yard area, Peters jumps up. He's got a brace. Port Melbourne are home, they lead 3-0. That was a magnificent cross by Port Melbourne, who've been dangerous in this second half. Danger, danger, Will Robinson from lost in space. And Manningham were lost in transition again from the magnificent forward work of Port Melbourne Sharks, who lead 3-0. Ollie Walker Peel.
Emmanuel Peters with some jump up at the ball. He's showing that he can not only get in behind and use his pace to score, he can also use his height to jump high and make the most of that and score. Scored his first goal for Port Melbourne in the league earlier tonight, and he's followed it up with a second. And if you can get him scoring goals as he's done tonight, he looks as though he'll be a player to watch, wearing Port Melbourne red and blue tonight. Got a change. By my reckoning, it's Christian Bombarci. It's like a 15, it's a 16, it's a Manningham change in that way then, because it's Salvatore Accardo coming on for Jose Ramirez. Back to Emmanuel Peters. He got himself into a wonderful position. Very intelligently read where the ball was going and knew what he had to do to get to it. Was more committed than those around him. Got to the ball, headed home 3-0. Again, Sikora, there's not much you can do about it. Conceded 5 last week and 3 here tonight. And all of a sudden it's looking as though it's going to be a very, very long season for those affiliated with Manningham United. So 3-0 then, 3 goals, and it looks like 3 points for Port Melbourne. It would take something absolutely spectacular for that not to be the case from a Manningham point of view. Double for Peters and 1 for Mark Latsis. Has the game in this position.
Yeah, Manny!
Get him ready.
Looks like a double change for Port Melbourne. Andrew Mezzaroni making his 4th appearance of the campaign. Likewise, Dan Cutler. So, Dan Cutler, a South African-born frontman wearing the number 7. Former Brisbane Raw youngster and played in the Y League when that was still around. For the side from Queensland. Andrew Mezzaroni, formerly of South Melbourne, has also spent time in the lower reaches of Spanish football and also Greek football as well, so he's another one that's well travelled.
That's on the roof, stay there. It's on the roof.
Disappeared onto the roof, and there was audible groans from the Port Melbourne bench. We've probably seen that many times here before. Abdallah, the ball in high. Harding looking to run it down.
Relax, I'll stop.
Danny! Cut! Let him make that decision. Go, Lattes!
Latsis was pulled back, advantage played by the referee. It's Mark Latsis, and still diverted on route, right to the line, and eventually helped in by Mezzaroni, but celebrations will be cut short as Port Melbourne's number 27 is caught offside. Flag went straight up.
No, the first shot.
It wasn't offside, it was a handball. According to Pantelides.
Well done,
It's all the same. That takes that one off the board. Spears out to play for a throw for Port Melbourne, who are now just starting to flex their muscles a little bit.
Yeah, you're in! Don't let him give it to you, he'll give it to you.
Errants. Back to Sikora, who
Fucking hell!
holding away from the Cutler pressure. It's the yellow. First time ball forwards. The second ball.
Benji, drop, Benji!
Rokopoulos, side by Carmi, straight back with the former Bentley Green. Savella.
Evan, warm
Up for the cross and then didn't deliver.
Going over then. One overlap, it'll make it a goal.
Rokopoulos did well. Manningham with a chance and almost with a goal.
Hey,
So unlucky there from Abdallah.
fucking shit out!
Shot hit the post and then went across the face of goal.
Get up!
Manningham desperately unlucky not to have one back. Castiella's got to be careful with Cutler close by.
Let's not lose our shape in the middle. Hey, come on!
That's Manningham's best chance of the game gone, and there's
Gotta be sharper,
not
come
too
on!
much more that
Hey, Lindsay Day, runners, come on!
Abdallah could have done. The
Fucking hell, mate.
new signing for Manningham this year, coming close to registering his first in Manningham blue.
turn! Fuck off!
Get the lad.
Motor!
Get the lad.
Papadopoulos.
Burns, it's fucking too easy, mate. It's fucking too easy! I don't care!
Brooks. To breeze by Tavella. Ethan Brooks is being pulled back.
Hey!
Come on,
They went on.
Hey, Cutler! Cutler! Get your ass
Tavella.
here!
Options left and right. Went right for Abdallah. Good covering across from Manningham Karmis. That is an absolute statement to his game. He does that so well.
He was dragging him. He was holding him and he was running.
Across to cover when another defender may have gone forward.
That was a race, the photo finish. It's not a photo finish. It's like the number one's come up already on the screen.
Played and board. Charge down as Cutler will get it cleared.
Don't dive in! Don't dive in!
Scoppoliti.
Towards the hole! Get in the hole! Well done. Good.
Rob Harding with a moment that he will quickly want to draw a line under. Went right through him as if he wasn't there. Just over 10 to play in the 90. Melbourne absolutely coasting on their home turf.
If he gets and runs past, you've got to follow that.
They've conceded 12 goals in their last 3 matches. Manningham, they've only had 1 game where they haven't scored. This might be another one here. As Karmis, if I might, just about the best player, most consistent player out there. Cutler goes to ground as he tried the header. Scopoliti with him. Eventually one at the back. Castillo. A Cole. That pass had too much on it. Again, their passes haven't hit the targets tonight. And the Manningham coaching bench frustrated. And you can understand that. They had more fluidity early, as I mentioned. The first 20 minutes or so, and longer the match has gone on, and Port Melbourne have found their lustre. Manningham have just struggled to keep the ball when they've had an opportunity to put passes together. Karmis goes back. High ball on the goalkeeper. Selimanov, Trinkov. Cutler went to ground. Lost control of it. Now it's lobbed through. Good play by Georgia Dorokopoulos. Out to Harding. Harding goes back now to Cater, but coming across his path. Good defence again by Port Melbourne as they get numbers back. Through Burns. They turn it over inside the attacking half of Manningham. They trail 3-0. And we're into the 36th minute. As Burns, Baker was able to get involved there and dismantle the pass once more. They have that attempted possession chain broken down, and they turn it over once more. The Sharks, but give it back to Manningham.
Get him up!
Castillo back on the halfway mark. Cole goes out to the right-hand side. High ball towards the edge of the 18-yard area. Cleared at the back by Baker. Brooks tried to get it down to Cutler. Wasn't able to control it. On the golden boot, Cutler, in the Sunshine Coast competition. As Cole again at the back, who's been pretty steady player tonight for the Manningham team. For Brooks and also Karmis right on the edge of the 18-yard area in defence for Port Melbourne. And eventually it rolls out of bounds and over the line. And it'll be once more brought back into play by the Port Melbourne Shark side through Daniel Edwards, who's another player. Ollie's had an outstanding night tonight with his team leading 3-0.
10 yards forward. Press now.
Here's Dan Edwards.
Cutler, make it run!
Turn it over again. To move forward, options left and right. Mezzaroni. Latz is potentially on for the switch. Harding able to cut it out. Drops for Mezzaroni, who couldn't quite kill it dead out of the sky as well as his coach Nick Marinos did earlier in the half. Wide looking for Latsis. That's a good bit of control. Sent in towards the middle over the head of Mezzaroni. Couldn't quite reel it in. Brooks. Burns close to him. Does it across the face of goal. Leach. Dan Edwards. Brooks looking to turn the favour. Burns the offender. Wanting to know the scores of games elsewhere. Hume have just brought themselves level against Avondale.
One in, one out. Get inside. Get inside.
Very well. Piece. Put it away by Scopoliti, who then found Everson. That one was brought back.
That's our ball.
Again with
Challenge
that referee Jack Morgan didn't approve of. Just wonder whether he's on his last warning before he's needs to book himself. Theodorakopoulos to take this one for Manningham. Searching for what now would surely only be a consolation. Theodorakopoulos towards the back post for Ethan Brooks. Scopoliti.
Back post.
Abdella came close just after coming on for Manningham. With Abdella to Savella. Karmis there again. Played out of play. He's looked at times, Manningham Karmis, as if there are 3 or 4 of them out there, how he's just seems to be absolutely everywhere. Shrewd piece of business there from Port Melbourne to bring him across from Melbourne City.
Richie!
Burns taken away by Theodorakopoulos.
Bravo, Dane.
Turn this way.
Go, cut!
Here he comes. He's
Go,
driving.
Gunner!
Dan Cutler wants to get in behind Scopoliti. His challenge was a fair one. And Monaghan agreeing with the call of Jack Morgan. I'm not sure you want to say that too loudly with Nick Marino in an earshot. He might well disagree with you and have some choice words to send your way. Good touch by Carter. Back to Sakura.
Here we go. Here we go. Second ball.
Of Everson. Carter is rather cynically chopped down.
Hey.
Rather easy one for the referee to give with Cutler bringing him down. Theodorakopoulos. Baker. Found themselves offside. Only a few minutes to play. This result is set to continue what has been
Come on, keep working, hey! Come on!
quite good start for
Let's go! Come on, let's keep working, come on!
his tenure as Port Melbourne boss. It's going to be
4 minutes to get a goal!
4 games unbeaten. Their last 5. It's their first 5 of the season. Only the 4-0 blemish away at Hume, which through a goal foul. A mulligan. An opportunity, but this is a great way to respond. Theodorakopoulos over towards Abdella. Edwards opposes him. Abdella goes over.
she giving a free kick? Oh, God.
Get the decision.
Oh, no. Fuck, that wouldn't even been a free kick in basketball. That, but the wrong goal probably isn't even anything. Yeah, okay. All right. Netball then. Netball.
So Manningham with a free kick. Dangerous position with a dangerous player standing over the ball. Christos Theodorokopoulos.
Get another one in the wall, man. Not Leachy. Not Leachy. Look where they put him. The ball is going on that side.
It's part of 25 yards out from goal here. Christos Theodorokopoulos.
Why is it Thomas in the wall? Hey!
To go low. We'll break back for Theodorokopoulos. Bouncing around in the penalty area. A third opportunity for Manningham's number 10. And he couldn't make good on any of them.
Get up!
Harding won it
Get
back.
up!
Abdella back with Harding. They look to go blind. Lovely turn from Theodorokopoulos, but again, Port Melbourne's defence standing tall. Carter from deep, looking to lift it over the top. He'll through to Ilya Shalamanov, Trenkov, who has had nothing to do really in the Port Melbourne goal.
Hey! 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 Second ball, that's us, second ball! Second ball! Burnsy, push! Burnsy! There it is!
Now with Ethan Brooks.
Keep the ball, man. Just keep the ball with.
Lovely turn by Charlie Leach. That was brilliant. Mezzaroni, first time ball around the corner for Ethan Brooks. Cutler on his bike. Ethan Brooks down the Port Melbourne left. Moves in field across for Leach, who scuffed it. Through for Cutler. Bouncing around. And in the end, it's offside. It was a lovely bit of play, wasn't it, down the Port Melbourne left. And in the end, didn't quite lead to too much, but it's fair to say that Nick Marinos has got his side playing some lovely football. As we move towards the end of the second 45, Pantelides will soon lift up a ball that will indicate that we'll have 3 minutes at the end of the 90.
Benji, second ball, Benji!
You've done it!
Well done,
Get him up! Get him up!
One goes, one inside. That's it. Good.
A resulting throw to
Bravo, Kala!
Fucking Jamie.
Bravo!
started well,
Yeah,
the opportunity,
good.
but saw his influence on the game dwindle as it progressed.
Yeah, well done, turn! Go!
Gironi in field if he wants. Brooks over on the left-hand side. He looks for the latter. Ethan Brooks. Hayden, Scopoliti. Adela going on, looking for the one of Harding, and again it's out by Karmis, who has been absolutely exceptional.
Right, behind you, Lesson.
Edwards.
Brooksy, make a fucking forward run.
Looking for Cutler, who looked offside and was. I dare say that being an assistant referee is quite a hard job, but that one,
Brooksy, make a forward run, mate. Get up here. Get up the line.
any assistant referee, I reckon, around the world could give.
Cutler in front of the ball. Bravo, Leachy.
Here, go. You two.
Yeah, go.
Leach.
Hey!
I have to call him 3 times for foul.
Threes. Blown for a free kick.
Very relaxed blowing the whistle.
You know,
Well done, Leachy.
Melbourne free kick.
He's trying to see for a bang,
I know.
Hey, Brooksy's 1-on-1.
and he wants to put you on the edge.
Again waited to see if there was
Like
an
every
advantage,
referee.
which the Port Melbourne backline were giving him an earful. Telling him to award the free kick, but he did eventually. So all's well that ends well for them. Here's Ethan Brooks. Quick feet. And ran out of room.
anything stupid, lads.
Just
Don't do anything stupid.
Politi, field for Everson.
Bravo, bitches.
Away by Leach towards Mezzaroni. It was clear and away then if the ball from Cutler had been a good one. And it didn't matter because Port Melbourne have rocked home to a 3-0 win over Manningham. And the 2-hour delay at the start of this game did not faze them whatsoever. They ended up getting out of the gates and finding themselves on the score sheet rather quickly with Emmanuel Peters, who, as he puts a thumb up to the commentary box, played an absolutely masterful game with a brace, one in the first half, one in the second. Took this game right away from Manningham. And right in the middle of those two goals, it was one for Mark Latsis. Quite a wonderful story. To get a goal and start his life in Port Melbourne red and blue rather perfectly. For Manningham, it's back to the drawing board. It's goals conceded of 3, 4 and 5 in very, very quick succession. And you'd think that that cannot continue if they want life in NPL Men's Victoria football to stay longer than a single season. Full time here from JL Murphy Reserve in Port Melbourne. It's Port Melbourne 3, Manningham United 0. And Dan, as we summate this game and all that we've just seen, Port Melbourne showing their class and Manningham really unable to go with them.
Just an indication that Manningham just off the pace a bit. I know they recruited heavily to make sure they could compete with the top flight, Ollie, and they've got some work to do. There's a long, long way to go yet. Still another 21 games, but they find themselves down near the bottom. Their goal difference is a concern. If other teams who've made a slow start, such as Moreland and St Albans, start to get their game going, that goal difference will worry them because another 3 against them tonight. Port Melbourne's 3 wins, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0. Another solid performance. You mentioned Peters outstanding with his brace. I thought Edwards was very good. I thought the best player was definitely Buku Karmas's brother, Karmas, down back for the Port Melbourne Sharks tonight. I thought he just stopped everything. Any time that Manningham looked like they were getting their game going, he was in the road. He was superb tonight. And I also liked the way that Nick Marinos was able to rotate his subs. He put on some fresh legs. Conditions still pretty warm, not as warm as they would have been if the game had have been at 6 o'clock or in the middle of the day when it was, high 30s, dreadful conditions. But still, he brings on Latsis, who was absolutely sensational and scored a goal, as you said, Ollie, and also had Brooks come on as well. So it meant that they had the fresh legs, and that really helped them, and they just dominated the second half. So thoroughly deserved win, and Port looking pretty good, and as you said, Manningham got a lot of work to do.
Doesn't get any easier for Manningham either. When you look at who they play next week, Avondale, doesn't get any easier for them. Port Melbourne next week, who came against Heidelberg here. So a couple of mouth-watering clashes of fans of these two sides to look forward to. We'll bid you farewell though on a Saturday night in Port Melbourne with the game that's ended a lot later than it was initially meant to. I know we've hopped on the point, but it's done and dusted now, and we will bid you farewell. Enjoy the rest of your long weekend, particularly if you are a Port Melbourne supporter. From Dan Lonergan, Oliver Walker-Peel and the rest of the crew here on top of the Port Melbourne gantry. Take care, stay safe, and bye for now.